This is the mystery font. Good gray. Good gray.
Parallel against hate, parallel against pain, radio science brain.
We are the relevant.
Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain.
Of this whole occupation.
Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate.
We are more near the break.
We can ease any ache. Everything we have took, everything we can take. Sixth of feet of separation. Sixth of fear of separation.
Good gray. All right. I believe we're about pulled together here. And I think the whole team here at the Mystery Font is ready. Everybody has a little coffee. And households all across the nation can finally settle in with their favorite regular cereal and variety and current affairs program. And from this, I imagine, we will make an edit to put out. But it's all essentially just the time and time to do. When needs must one do what need provokes. But the thing is, there are myriad choices. And a leader can see, with or without the senses they're normally possessing. Their vision might fade, but they've also accrued the skills over time, not just to know how to use the sharpness of their eyes, but also potentially the strength to resist despair if suddenly those things failed and they had to adapt. I saw, maybe let's pull that up. I saw someone, I think I shared it. I'll find it. Someone made a strange comment. I mean, there are many more meaningful ones than this. But someone made a strange comment about how, very superficial, about how drawing a distinction where Jabba the Hutt represented Trump and Yoda represented Biden. And that was meant to say, just because of sort of the most superficial snapshot, if you knew nothing about the characters whatsoever, they just kind of made a basic dig, but just based on the character design, essentially, I think. And it feels to me like the whole thing about, a large thing about the people who dial into stories and stories with meaning, especially, good gracious, stories of meaning. Here we are. I found it. Let's pull this up, if I can. There we are. Oh, I'll just turn it sideways. Uno momento, por favor. I think we have to turn it sideways. All right, there we are. Yes? Yeah, this is just kind of a strange moment. And I mean, I guess people, you know, they're just looking for a dig. And yes, this is an episode. We're sharing, I guess we're all having an episode here together of Mystery Font 42 Open to It. You see, someone thought that it was an apt snap. This idea that Yoda is old and frail, yet wise and influential. Strange. Interesting characterization of Yoda. Whereas Donald Trump is like Jabba the Hutt, gluttonous and powerful. A gluttonous and powerful gangster. I mean, that's fair. But beyond missing the characterization of Yoda, partly what's magical and dynamic and full of impact about the Star Wars characters is they're kind of prototypical of holding in them the surprise that belies their package, or, you know, being a contradiction. It's and that's kind of a lot of what defines them, or what we love about those characters. And Biden may not whip out a lightsaber anytime soon, or summon the power of a 20-year-old for 5 minutes and then go back to hobbling somewhat, like Yoda did once in a while, but in his later years. But the wisdom and the understanding of a lifetime of what it does mean in those situations, and some understanding of what it means to ask another person to do something, but I see this, and so it just makes sense, it seems to me. The point is whether or not Yoda can still arm wrestle or knows where his lightsaber is. He is still more or less a sharp Mother Falcon, and a wise Mother Falcon, not corrupted. Not corrupted. Hopefully not corruptible. malfunction, malfunction, thing, disconnect, thing, reconnect. You know, and weakness is not about simply having physical strength oneself. And it's not about choosing to yank somebody's arm because you can make a quick point that they seem off kilter because you've yanked them off kilter, which no honorable person would do. What a chess move. But the real thing is built. And I want to move now. Aha. We do have it. This is going to work fine. I just want to make a statement, essentially. And prowess. Point being, this may just keep blinking in and out. We'll see here. Yep, it's going to keep. Have kind of a connection issue, apparently, with this cable, but that just happens sometimes, I guess. Time for a new cable. Yeah, got it. Point being, what is prowess? And what is strength? And it certainly has to do, in terms of one who presides, the one who watches over all with acumen and attention, acuity, mindfulness. But talking about weakness and prowess, even if Yoda were injured and couldn't hop about and couldn't pick up his lightsaber and couldn't wield the Force, say, to throw things around, he's intellectually tough as certainly tough as Beskar, intellectually and emotionally and spiritually and experientially. Like, he's learned. I mean, I don't think that you live alone on Dagobah without developing some incredible resilience of character. Especially when you could be of such duty to people and have such connection and meeting with people and enjoy connection. And you are on a world alone with that gift that you could share, just aging and off-gassing into time. and doing it so that he would be there, that at the right moment, Yoda could tip the scale. That someone is there holding the watch. And what does the watch mean? The first person called con artist was called con artist because he asked, based on need that was false, what is more sacred than need? But based on false need, he asked that someone borrow him a watch. Would you have the confidence in me to lend me your watch?
One of my own ilk. You see, it's a comfort because at least you understand what it means that my watch is broken. At least I have the confidence that I'm with another professional, decent person. Have you confidence in me to lend me your watch until tomorrow?
Isn't asking for the watch also coincidentally what any forthright or false politician would do? Isn't that the ask? Similar wording, but a lot of overlap there, actually. In an age when one might not even own a vehicle of one's own, but would have a watch, it's almost like an iPhone. It's your anchor to time, and it's part of a propeller that pushes you forward in the world better and differently. And to simply give it up is significant. And it means also that it's quite a fine gesture, especially to a relative stranger, to say, I have confidence in you and I want you to thrive, and please, with my best wishes, take this and go to that meeting that I don't want you to miss. Nice to meet you. Let's meet here tomorrow afternoon. I'll be here 3 to 6 or so, and if not, next weekend. But hopefully tomorrow night I'll see you and you'll have great news about this meeting, sir. And they did find him with many watches. Many watches. And Donald Trump asked us for the watch. And Chris Matthews asked him, will you follow the vote as the people cast it? Will you leave when we ask you to? There's a peaceful transfer of power. Are you saying you won't observe that tenet of democracy? And he said, I'll tell you at the time. I'll keep you in suspense. I wish that Hillary or Chris Matthews had thought to ask if there were a trap door and if that were his final answer, because there should have been. To threaten the presidency by trying to negotiate the terms of service, it really shows the deftness of his reality distortion field and his use of a tactic that we should become really aware of and maybe keep on the view screen or just beside, or ready to slap on top. What's that? Darvo. Deny, attack, to reverse, victim, and offender. it's really always at play at this moment. And to some degree, just about anyone may be employing it. But this is a tactic we see with narcissists and dark triad predators. It's definitely in the bandwidth that Stephen Miller M uses, that Donald Trump uses. And so let's keep it on the screen, on the readout. I think it's possible to miss what's happening in this moment and what strength is. Being a person with a lifetime of experience, you can see not just what's happening on the chessboard, but you can see what's happening, hopefully. It takes a lot to step back at times, but hopefully you can see a larger game. And you can do something that President Trump simply doesn't have. The former disgraced president does not have the imagination or character to do, nor probably would really see the benefit of it if it were explained. Some people can't see gold, and so they're looking for it in vain because they don't know, they don't believe they can find it, and don't believe it's there when they do see it. They just don't believe they can find it, or they've calibrated something wrong. But something gets missed because in the case of Trump, it's about what you're looking for at the crime scene, so to speak. If you're looking for what really happened, you're going to find different things and come back with a different report than if you're going there as a mercenary for someone trying to dig up dirt or defend a specific point of view from a very superficial and, it depends. What you're looking for and your goal depends on the questions you ask. So we're at an incredibly potent time, and it is, as any time, unique, but I do have thoughts. Let's arrange this. Why, yes, there we are. Here we are at the mystery font. Good gravy. Good gravy, arrange thee. It does seem, I'm sure, and it feels and sounds quite a bit like a bit of garbage, potentially, but Joe, you may know what this is. Joe, everybody, we've seen this friend here before, but this is Burgles, everybody. And I'm not technically touching Burgles. My hand is kind of in another area, just the area that Burgles is coming out of. I'm not inside of Burgles. That would not feel good to either one of us. But I'm just kind of resting against the edge of whatever this looks like plastic here, but at scale, Burgles is probably 3 or 4 miles across. And I'm not sure where Burgles is, or if Burgles is exactly real or just such a metaphorical force, and one that is real, that it assembles here to form meaning such that we can see it and know to apprehend its form in reality. And it's fortunate that the mystery font does help us in this way. It took me a while to realize what this was, and I'm not sure why I started calling it Burgles. I probably just thought it looked like an iceberg. But Burgles has been seeming to come closer and closer for some time. And it definitely has been related to the sense of an iceberg that is what Trump has set us on course with, or that he is an iceberg coming towards us. But there really is also, Project 2025, and of course their relationship. But I think it's good to keep in mind, however far away Burgles is, I can't even feel how far away. I'm not sure. It may be that this is an iceberg somewhere on Earth that just felt right to the mystery font as a representation. Maybe it's the right size. I don't know. But Burgles showed up. And I'm pretty sure that this is Project 2025 and Trump. That's what it seems like to me when I wonder why this thing is gradually coming towards here. And this is where we're at. This is the mystery font where I create film and theater work that looks at falsehood. And I think that Trump has donned an era of falsehood, and as rather a real-life villain has donned the falsehood. And I see an opportunity that I want to offer. Mr. President. And that's that you really have a chance to be exactly the hero and opposite of him in the most specific and stellar ways, and at least make the choice to cross these choices off your list. At least make the choice to hear this and decide to say no to this because you have a better option, is what I would say, what I would ask. And thank you for your service. And good evening. I think maybe you're on the air right now, I'm not sure. But there's something profound in this moment that is, this is unlike any time, and this is some Game of Thrones shit. Let's just make it plain. But far more than that, I mean in terms of real world, this offends a Holocaust. To keep Stephen Miller from walking into the Oval Office as the Attorney General, or indeed Vice President, or something fucking atrocious, pardon me. I see something, so if you will. There's a collection of things that we know, and I know you know these things, but just for those who, I just want to collect these particular items. It's not the whole history. And yet, oh, how did that get there? Executive dysfunction, ED? Well, it's true. I guess he does have executive dysfunction. I'm not sure if I've lost the other part that I wanted. If I don't find it, I'm just going to go off the cuff. We're good. Here we are. I got it. You see, Donald Trump has such an incredible insecurity. And we all have our heels and we have Achilles. We all have flaws. And let's crowdsource, because check it. Don't miss an opportunity that Donald didn't have the strength to see, let alone your courage to land, and with more massive impact. And these items are really mentioned because they outline a pattern and a personality thing that I'll draw together here. He told everyone, Hillary, Chris Matthews, and the world, I'll keep you in suspense. Negotiating, trying to reality distortioning himself through, I'm just negotiating the terms of office in a debate. It was a threat, pardon me. Let's not get off topic. He told everyone he'd keep us in suspense. He claimed repeatedly the 2016 election would be rigged. He claimed millions of people voted illegally in 2016 and without proof. He said this, of course. Lied about the crowd size at 2017, essentially to be able to do so with impunity. Claimed repeatedly that the 2020 election would be rigged. Claimed there would be massive fraud that there was massive fraud against him during that election. Claimed that he won without proof. With Rudy Giuliani, claimed proof of fraud existed against him, that he had found proof. And claimed with Rudy Giuliani, they promised to send proof. And for 2 months, they made people wait with no explanation all the way from election until January 6th. Every minute, every second, waking or sleeping, people expecting that a reason, and that created a lure, slingshotting people in some sense. And I don't know why we never talked about that, but it seems fairly clear that there was a bait and switch there that was part of weaponizing and charging and just kind of sleight of handing, like, yes, it was cult of personality, but there are elements of trying to like coax and that I actually have the material in hand, that there was that was never nailed down. And in fact, incidentally, just side note, if he does, we assume that it was a lie, or else we would have chased it down, because we should anyway, for this reason. If he had a scrap of proof, one scrap of proof of some legitimate chunk of fraud against him somewhere, it wouldn't change things, but it would, but he said, okay. And we're like, oh, wow. Okay, wow, 14 people, that's kind of a significant action, and okay. It didn't change the outcome, but that's proof of democratic fraud. But he's never come up with even one scrap of insignificant proof, let alone what he claims he had, like proof that there was real fraud that broke him and cheated him. But let's say he had it. I know it's dumb, but that's the point. Let's say he had it. That means this entire time he's had that document, if it hasn't been, I know it doesn't exist, but let's say it does. That means it hasn't been picked up in the ones recovered. That means it's lining the third liner in his underwear always, or whatever it is, it's always with him, or maybe it's on a blimp orbiting the globe, maybe it's on the top of a mountain. But if he has it, and we were able to establish that he has it, or that he had it and destroyed it, if there's a chain of custody and we find it's a real thing and it exists and he has it, isn't that in and of itself a crime? and a very grave crime, and proof of such ill mens rea, that would have prevented January 6th, in that he would have had something to say, we really have an issue. If he had proof of significant fraud, which he still claims, not only that there was, and he knows, but correct me if I'm wrong, I think he still claims he has proof. That would be a crime. He has so many musical chairs going that we don't follow them all down sometimes and realize none of them are excuses. They're just excuses if you're already looking at the other. There's nothing there. At any rate, that was a long aside, but I think it's worth considering as a strategy or as a question to pose to Donald Trump, because that's a question he should be able to answer, especially if he has immunity. Why, if you say you have the proof, wouldn't that have stopped the violence on January 6th? If you said, look, I actually have something that will, let's just calm down. Here's a real reason to postpone for 1 month this inauguration, or here's a real reason to institute a full-fledged, review of this, whatever it is. But you're not going through the appropriate channels. You're intentionally juking them and withholding and, right? But my point anyway, going back to all of this, all of these things are about his inability to deal with being judged or losing or not winning big or not being able to stay or be in charge. It's all about status. It's all about him. And that shows up in what he would never, ever do and what he already has failed to do a few times. That is, he didn't think he was going to win in 2016. I knew he was going to win, and I think some people knew he was going to win. It just felt that way to me, in terms of things coming out of the woodwork and there being a lot of ignorance and anger in the woodwork. But that's not the point. He didn't think he was going to win. And he had a chance there, because I think it was obvious. I think it was obvious that he wasn't the person for the job, and that he would break things and preempt things to not look like a fool and just to look like he was still the one in charge, if only because he was coercing and controlling all the chaos. But he didn't even consider that he could have made an incredible, he could have created such a massive get out of everything forever card by saying, at just the right time, or before it was too late, look, it's been fun, and it's not that I didn't mean it, but I've come this far, and I'm not the one for this. He could have earned goodwill and spun that into some nation wanting him to be a king or something. But he didn't think of that, and he just kind of went for power grab and the adulation spectrum. But point being, then in 2020, after telling us that he would keep us in suspense, an existential death threat, he then did keep us in suspense. Again, real problems with, size is an issue, and real problems with, I think I'm done. Let's not hang out anymore for now. No, I'm not leaving. He really has issues with, it's not going to be about that, and it's not going to be, and he's going to musical chairs it. He really has an issue there. And again, when there was, if he was contesting it, and they, you know, he had at so many points an opportunity to be, if only at a surface level, someone who was like, you know what? And again, the audacity to cry election interference when he dragged deeply dangerous, caustic, interfering, like casualty-making crimes and prosecutions undergoing what should have been going on or done. But he dragged those crimes into an election. That interferes with an election. That interferes with the rights of everyone who has the right, you know, reasonable right to expect not just the peaceful transfer of power, but that you're not trying to foil the election system or foil the courts or foil the things that you want the sanction of. That's what a predatory business person does, is try to degrade companies they want to buy for less or swallow easier. But he's missed opportunities again and again to build goodwill by even just appearing. My point is, you, Joe Biden, I am speaking to you, Mr. President Joe Biden. You have the opportunity to, in this flurry of, this insane flurry of hokum from Stephen Miller, and Trump, and just the generalized field of distortion in this time, and all of the escalation of violence and warping of fact, there is an incredible opportunity, because there's a thing about like the cheese and the, what is it? The crow and the cheese. When I came here, I was in a lot of pain, and I'd lost someone, I'd lost a friend, and I really had to start over, but I wasn't sure that I hadn't abandoned them, and I wasn't sure that I hadn't been abandoned, and I couldn't really move on. And at some point, I realized that I literally was hanging on to something that was not letting me exist in the present moment. And I was missing like my current new ability to grow and move forward, even such that that person came back into my life, that I'd be ready to be their friend. All of that was dormant, if not falling apart. And the idea of sometimes holding on to the past or a dream that was an idea of what's going to happen that was a year ago or a moment ago, trying to hold on to an expectation or an idea of the past, can be a way to lose the future, the present or the future. And it's not just that, it's that there is, and there would be one, more than one, that there is an immense opportunity here in that you can do an example that is emblazoned with how it is the opposite and shows all of the strength that Donald Trump has never had and will never had, and that this passes that torch of your honor, and it will be the most presidential thing possible to do without giving up your life. And that's the thing. It would have been, when Donald Trump was coming in, I think I'm not the only person who had the thought, you know, he'll be terrible. The one presidential thing he could do. God, the one presidential thing Donald Trump can do, what would it be? In 2016 or in 2020? The one presidential thing he could have done is to say, I understand something now of what this is. I've seen enough. I'm not the person at least not for this moment. It has to be someone else. I'm handing this off. I can't do it. Don't let me fuck this up. Thanks for the guided tour. In your case, it's different and it's better because you have the bizarre chance of being able to select someone, in a sense. There's a mulligan in the sense here of there's a wellness issue, and it's not about winning people back. And this is what I'm asking one part of the consideration around, right? That you can run a marathon every day. You can, learn a new language every week. You can create a cure for cancer personally. It doesn't matter to some extent what you do or what you say. People remember how they feel in moments that are pretty intense. And it's not fair or right, and you didn't lose the debate. But media framing and just moments of pausing and thinking and, taking time were used against, and that idea was formed. It wasn't that you lost the debate, but there was something, and largely in the wielding of falsehood and distortion and reality, rupture. But it may be that the confidence in you was lost in a way that only a badass, experienced, no-nonsense leader has the straight-up fucking gonads to say, you know what? You're right. To actually read the room in terms of, not even that changes what you do as a decision, but making it not about you, at least enough to say, smash or no smash, no drama. Do you want to fuck or no drama? No. Do you want to have sex or not? And if not, move on. Point being, you, sir, do you see? And if not, then what is it going to be? Is it possible that falsely, that people have an idea and are afraid enough that they want someone who is younger and more obviously vigorous or whatever? My point being, if there's a thing going on there that's just a large enough problem that is not another thing that anyone should have to outrun while trying to counter Project 2025, you are president enough, one of few presidents in the last century, enough to see the macro and micro games here. Like, if you were not the player, you, I think, might step back and see this, Joe. I think it's real. And Trump wouldn't do this, obviously. But especially because you are still a sharp mother falcon and you still know what you're doing. You won the debate. You have, you were pausing and you said a weird thing at one point. I think you misspoke about, beating Medicare. I assume you meant like we, made a breakthrough on Medicare or something. But people misspeak and people flub and forget or just need a minute to catch their... I do that. That happens. And it's not fair, but that's the point, is being the leader enough to let it go. I think if there's a fatal flaw that I've seen in you, Joe, it's the oh, come on, that at some point you're just like, when you can't accept it, you can't accept it and just push. And transcending that potential fatal flaw would be seeing that you have the opportunity, because of exactly the cocktail of this moment, where you are saying, look, yeah, I am older than I was last year, but I'm going to do this. I'm up for it. I can do it. I can break this in two and do it. And that people believe, yep, he wants to do this, and that there is a consensus that enough people are worried and had some, in the high pressure whatever, and framing and spin and whatever. And so at this moment, there is a chance for you to say, gosh darn it, I wanted to be a 2-term president. I wanted to know that I deserved to be there. I knew I wouldn't, but this is a foolish thought. This is when I compare it to the idea that if I know I can hand off the torch, I can Doctor Who this mother falcon, I can hand this off and recharge this with someone I know, you can assure that Kamala is anointed, and you can do it with pride. You can do it with, I have come to the idea that the most presidential thing I can do is to make sure that I communicate that I am presiding over the best possible candidate being in this candidacy, on this ticket. And of course that's going to be me, except as the president, I got to tell you now, I don't want to get into a thing where I'm making this about me, and boy, I'm going to sure prove I can still get out there and bike once in a while. I'm going to do an interview every couple days, and if you're going to be here, we don't need you proving, like, do your thing. But in either case, do your thing. And I think maybe your thing is, whoever you know it needs to be, anoint them. Or call together a cohort. Or pass forward this torch. Put forward this baton. Put it on a porcelain stand on the Resolute desk and say, I'm handing this off, and I will come here and grip this with the person who's going to take it from me. But I'm saying here now that I'm placing this moment forward in time, that as far as I can tell, unless I get a fifth wind and I grow a seventh heart, like, I may need to hand this off. So let's say that's the plan. Find me the next woman or the next man. Find me the next president. You know, hand it off to Kamala. Or whatever this process is. But if you get to show him what he should have, the kind of pride in country, and the kind of deference to our union and to justice and to the presidency over the president who holds it, you can show him. You wouldn't have to say another word. Just hand it off. But you have the chance to make an address to the nation and a speech that will be remembered for the rest of human history. You have a chance to give up the honor of being the big hero by being the one to push the big hero across the line as the candidate who will take us into the next part of time. And you have the wisdom to see that this is a move in chess that would not almost ever have been possible. And possible in part because you are willing to go on. And if you won and were still here and we had legalized third terms, you probably could do another 4 years. Frankly, I believe you could do it. That's not the point. The point is, in a world where there has been confidence tricked, the reality distortions are so massive, it's not even a good read. You're not even you're not even going to get a good read. We're not going to give you a clean read on how you're coming across to us, because we are so defiled and beaten down and abused by being in an abusive relationship with Donald Trump for 8 years. Our sense of right and fact and justice and human decency and what we can expect has been tortured. We all have traumatic brain injuries, I think both likely from betrayal trauma and specifically from COVID, and the escalation of that betrayal trauma during lockdown. So it really isn't about you. But it would be really tragic, one, to miss the opportunity of being able to thread the needle of time and pass this off. It would be a huge tragedy to miss that, and it would be a massive tragedy. It would be such a sad tragedy, Joe, for vanity or not being able to let go of a yesterday where it was possible that the dream of a second term was just a thought like nobody's business. Isn't the point that democracy wins? And then in this point, in this case, Trump has, and falsely, many people's confidence, and some people will be confident in him even if he's lying and they know it, because he's talking and squealing loudly. And so, if you're ready and you know it, that's good, but add to it, do you know that the distortions and hokum and what can be exposed of that without wasting your time in being president and campaigning, has that confidence been squelched in a way that you, as a political mind, can read and say, as much as it sucks, that moment when it was possible feels close, and I remember it, and it was a second ago, and it's 100 years ago. It's not here. Especially, don't, if the thing to do is to take this opportunity for the deftest chess move in American history, and you lose out on that because, I mean, I need you to see, for one, the opportunity there and what is secured and what is won, potentially. And the thing is also, it has to be done all the way. That is, mourn it and feel it, let yourself feel it, and it sucks, and big changes suck. But we need you to level up. If that's a change that would be hard for you to swallow, this is the bullet you need to take. Maybe it's a little therapy or whatever, but you can do it. And this is the win. The point is winning the White House, and winning the White House in the best possible setup. This magically lets you time travel 4 years into the future and back, where instead of you being the president for the next 4 years, it's Kamala or whoever jumps in, and you get to coast and watch. But you made it happen. There's no need to dress it up. There's stuff about this that is not optimal. But really, is there? Because the path to frankly incredible heroism of humility and keeping your eye on the fucking ball, because he is not just a little caustic to democracy, but because he's taken out actual tentpoles, because this is out of the realm of hyperbole, and because there's nothing to stop him now. This is the not nothing that we have, maybe. That if you can crack the nut of, okay, we're going to make a choice. You beat the shit out of him, dude. You beat him so bad. With all of the shit they were trying to do, you still beat him so clearly. You trounced him in 2020. Take the win, and take that you probably would win again. You could. Even but here's the thing. Like, let it go, reboot. The next moment becomes, if it is a full commitment, if it is the inspired flip, because it's not just a handoff, it is you taking a choice that you clearly don't want to do. You don't want to abandon your post. You don't want to abandon the watch. And you know that you're the person for it, that you have done it and you can do it. You've been doing this work all of your life. You know what the watch means. But I played that bit about the con artist. The first person called confidence trickster because they said, would you have the confidence in me to dum-dum-dum-dum? I certainly have the confidence in you. The confidence man. Who would ask people if he could have their watch. And indeed, a politician asks for the watch. You ask to preside. I will be the one who stays up overnight. I'll keep guard. Or I will choose the one who keeps guard. And if there's a problem and something goes wrong and you need another, find me. I'm in charge. I'm the president. I asked to be in charge, and they didn't want to call me a prime minister. They called it the one who presides, the one who is watching over the meeting, the one who is in charge of all. I'm the president. I'm presiding. Really quite simple. Really quite simple. And on the 6th, he broke the oath, and that being the one holding the watch, being responsible, is not just about like, yeah, I'm in charge. It's like It's like being in a marriage, you know. If you cheat, you're not presiding. If you're working to subvert the course of democracy, if you're working to suspend power, suspend the peaceful transfer of power, as Trump did, there is just, I just want to make so clear, like, the exact opposites. All of the ways in which Donald Trump has shown the smallness and sour horse milk vomit crusties kind of thing happening that just, it's so abominable. The paltry, decrepit, violent, cruel, mean nature of everything about him that isn't associated with him having some kind of power so that he's got juice to be there and show up. And all the stuff that he withholds, he wouldn't see the opportunity. It wouldn't be interesting to him because it just seems like a good luck, like a merit badge. But my point is, the chance is here, and it has never come before in American history. And it just happens that this can be done, and that you are both president and presidential enough to read that the potential chaos coming out of just this and worrying about all of the stuff that will be coming and saying and all of the like microscopic, oh, did he pause, and oh, did he say smented and not mint again, and oh gosh, is he, like, we need to wipe the things that are in the way out of the way. And this may have been hung around you unfairly, but as a consultant for yourself, or as a consultant for your friend Joe Biden, if you're looking inside from outside the Oval Office, you might say, hey, it's not your fault, Joe. Look, your plane got hit. The plane's going down. Don't go down with the plane. You can bail out, and what's more, the map, you're gonna go down you're gonna go down on this side in the ocean. We'll pick you up, but launch that, launch those plans across the fence as you're going down. We've got somebody on the other side. We just radioed them. Drop it now, and the mission continues. You just can do it. Joe, do you hear us? And you're like, no, I've got this. I can get back over the fence. And we're like, but what if? And in fact, Joe, she probably has to leave tonight. Her? What are you guys doing? Come on! Joe, we talked about this. The come on, in a big moment, you gotta not blow your stack, Joe. Wait, you, what? Joe. We love you and we like you and we disagree with some massive mistakes and even transgressions and wrongs. And we thank you for loyal service and some amazing moments and great stands. And we thank you for listening because you will hear and potentially understand and know. This is a step, and it's bedrock. This lily pad is bedrock because you can frame this moment. Call Amanda Gorman, tell her to get Aaron Sorkin and Kara Walker, whatever you need to do. Don't take a long time. Because whatever is going to happen, it needs to have as much of a running start as possible. And either you're ready for a real running start and a hailstorm of, are you ready for the real running start, old man, and all that bullshit that you don't deserve and is unfair and dumb. But it's a distraction. And can we have a fresh start from this moment, because you are man and human and adult and leader and presidential. You are the president. And you show what it means so that you secure that you're passing it on. You have the chance. This may be the last chance to show up and cross the line and touch the other side of entering the presidential race in 2024. By saying, you know, stand on my hand, please. I got you. Like, it's an alley-oop. And it seems like or even just a layup, you know? But it seems like it's worth considering. Like I said, I know you can do it. I know you can do the next 4.5, 5 years and crush it. And who knows, maybe you're working on some vim and vigor and something's coming back and it doesn't have anything to do with pills or magic. I believe that. But also, I'm fully here for someone who is the age they are and works with their capacities and takes the time they need, if what that produces is a mind at optimal capacity in ways that are stage and age appropriate and yield things that no one else could do, or that are better than another. But, you know, part of being better than another, part of being honorable and really up to the job, is being the one who would say, I've been compromised, or I can see that it's not even about me now, and this is not the time. Like, charge us with the glee that we have a chance to pass on everything good that you've done, and with the boost of a sacrifice. Donald Trump would never, ever sacrifice a fucking thing. And you can't say this. He says something all the time and would say, well, I'm not going to say that. He'll say an insult and say, I'm not going to say it. You just said it, you know. Well, I mean, Tim Cameron wears a stupid-ass hat. I mean, I'm not going to say that. Well, you just did say I wear a dumb hat. That's okay. I think it's a nice hat. But what I'm saying is, you're doing so the opposite, because you are the example. There's nothing that can be said, it seems to me. You maintain committed to going forward, and that's why I believe you're up to the emotional task that most adult males, let alone, I mean, probably many women too, but most men would not even be able to touch this. They'd be blowing up and going through a roof or knocking out a wall or drinking until they puked out their butt or something. So you're here and you're with it, and that's good. You will know what to do. And take the mulligan to pass on the MacGuffin. This is the mulligan MacGuffin. This is MacGuffin Mulligan. It's the sprightly little wonder who shows up and says, "Ee hi ho ho ha!" And we're like, "What?" It's MacGuffin Mulligan. What are you doing here, buddy? Oh, no, it's Mulligan MacGuffin. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forget your name every time you show up. Are you doing another Deus Ex Machina? Did somebody win something for nothing? That's right. You are going to Hawaii. And we do. It happens again and again. I don't know if you may have never caught one of our episodes here at the Mystery Font where Mulligan MacGuffin just always showing up and breaking reality just in time for the end of the episode or some other such thing. Most often it's their own episode. Most often it's always about another episode of Mulligan MacGuffin. And we end up having to walk all the way back to the Mystery Font. That's all right. That's another story. But my point is, you get to be the one who introduces Mulligan MacGuffin showing up. And it's almost one of those where, you take off the hat and, but you get to pull it. You get to say, I'm going to do the most presidential thing possible on Earth that I can do and have the longest lasting, best possible effect, because the person I would want to succeed me is, and that is a bell. And I assume Kamala, but who knows? Who knows where all of this is going? And maybe, I don't know. But you ring that bell of, not only is the president not above the law, but I am not above sacrificing a chance to be president again in order to see that the presidency continues. You get to you sacrifice your own presidency to continue the presidency. And again, it's exactly what Donald Trump didn't do and won't do and would never do. Please, if this isn't the right thing to do, and if you need to win this and be president again, then do you. But make sure that you're doing you in the world where it's not about you. It hasn't been about you before, right? I mean, not more than anybody else, right? Like, we all are our own character and everything. But on every level, at every moment, I'm not saying it's a cut and dry case, but if you're on the fence and and you think it's worth considering this, the argument is always going to keep pulling that says it is exactly the antidote to the entire era of Trump's falsehood. That it doesn't just demonstrate doing the right thing, but it's the right thing that is an actual bullseye arrow that you can shoot. It does have to be aimed well. It has to be aimed with kindness and justice and real humility. You can't milk it, but you can let yourself be there and be honest. And if it fucking kind of sucks, you can tell us that maybe. Maybe better that than trying to seem... Don't worry about seeming noble. Just make it simple and do it. And we will never fucking forget it. Or win this election, and we will never fucking fucking forget it. But it seems like there's massive, 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 massive differences in the amount of trauma and tension and cortisol that we have to absorb for a victory with someone that you hand off to in a heroic, you know, the most presidential act in our history, like the most selfless act that a president could make. It's not only the most selfless, it's exactly the opposite at every second of what Donald Trump would do. It will break him. Anyway, on that note of an arrow in a bullseye coming from a bow, it's just a thought. Live long and prosper. I love you, and I like you, and I believe in you. And we are the reality distortion fielding. abusive relationship. you are in an abusive relationship. Shocking boundary violations are one common grooming tactic of a narcissist or dark triad personality. If someone in your life points into a camera knowing you'll be looking at the view screen and pulls their finger like a trigger, looking into your eyes, saying, I could shoot someone in the street and not lose anyone, it is a good indicator of a bad situation. You are in an abusive relationship. Who has leveraged and climbed upon a fog of falsehood? Who has donned the falsehood? Who is the falsehood?
Sets the fear of separation. 6, the fear of separation. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He didn't need to cause a panic. Prepared people can plan and plan quick. He didn't mean to cause a panic. He meant to draw iceberg Titanic.
Good gray. Good gray. Good gray. Very, very fair indeed. That's what I am say today, this evening. We've moved on to a portion where there's going to be something sung. I'm going to sing music. It's going to be art moment happening times. And I just have an idea, and then it becomes out inside of other people too because of attention. I'm going to fill my coffee cup, and in the interim, I'd like to share something, especially as I assume the president is relaxing after his interview today and probably watching the broadcast. And I just wanted to share this with you if you haven't seen it before. But first, let me get some things out of the way. It's the perfect length for coffee times. Project time. Someday we'll get there. That one's gone. There's so many elements playing right now. Let's get that out of there. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. That side of there. That out of there. Whoa. Get that out of there. That out of there. There we go. All right. I think we're good now. Right? All right, so this is what I want to share with you, Mr. President, assuming you're still watching or coming back to share again, or the many who I see I have at least 2 people watching right now. Or feeds joined. Let's see. This is about insurrection, and it's about the falsehood.
We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against pain. Imagination. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Radio science brain. We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Of this whole occupation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against hate. Parallel against awake. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. We are more near the break. We can ease any ache. Everything we have took. Everything we can take. Six the feet of separation. Six the fear of separation. We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against pain. Imagination. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Radio science brain. We are the renovation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Of this whole occupation. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. Parallel against hate. Parallel against pain. Perpendicular trains. Parallel against hate. We are more near the break. We can ease any ache. Everything we have took. Everything we can take.
Good gray. Great. Depression. Kind. Prehension. What is the kind prehension? Why, that is a magnificent direction. What a fine question. Hear, hear. Very much so, and so forth and so all. What if I were to tell you that
And having a good relationship with Russia is a good thing, not a bad thing.
You've said you have no investments in Russia, but do you owe any money to Russian individuals and institutions?
No.
None.
The primary thing I did with Russia, I bought a house in Palm Beach at a bankruptcy. It was a bankrupt, person. I bought it from the banks. I bought it for about $40 million. I sold it for $100 million to a Russian. That was probably 5 years ago, and that was primarily it.
You partnered
now,
with
will
Russians
I
on the
sell?
Soho Grand. the
Will I
Toronto-
sell? Oh, many years ago. I don't think they're Russian. I think there were other people, but there were various partners. Will I sell condos to Russians on occasion? Probably. I mean, I do that. I have a lot of condos. I do that. But I have no relationship to Russia whatsoever.
No debts.
No debts. I have very little debt to anybody. I don't need debt. You know, it's very interesting. I'm so liquid, I don't need debt. And if I need debt, if I want debt, I can get it from banks in New York City very easily.
You know where I'm going to take this next. Americans could be assured on that if they saw your tax returns.
My tax returns are very simple. They're under a minor audit, routine audit, as they have been for many years. Every year I get audited. Now, I don't know if you get audited, but I have friends
I've
that are
been
very
audited.
wealthy that never have been audited. I say, do you get audited? I get audited every year. I'm under a routine audit, like routine. And I have been for years, every year.
But there are
If
several
it's
years
finished,
that are no
George,
longer
here's
under
very
that audit.
simple. Yeah, but they're all linked. It's called the link. It's very simple. If my audit's finished, that's great. Now, I have to tell you, I watched Mitt Romney 4 years ago. He waited till September to give him, just before the election. They made him look so bad. It was so unfair. I actually think he didn't lose because of the 47%. I think he lost because of a couple of really minor items in a tax return where he did nothing wrong. So it is unfair. But I will say, when I'm finished with the audit, I'll do it. And if
Richard
that's
Nixon
before the
released his,
election-
even though his were under audit.
Don't use Richard Nixon as necessarily the guide, okay? I mean, you know, it's an interesting person to use, but don't use it.
Let's do imagination a mind made. This contagion contain the curiosity great. Imagination aid. The mystery font is preparing to open up into a thing called radio science brain. What is that? Oh, goodness gracious. You are the dream awake. You can ease any ache, any pain you you have, we can help break imagination. A might make life contain curiosity great, waking wax out of wane. Parade imagination aid. All right. The AC is calming. Very nice. Very fine. And that. Ah, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Let's begin. Public displays of affection creates music and stories, theater, dance. We create displays in disused spaces or storefronts, activating space, or outdoors. I am a public display. And art is a display of affection. Affection is about wanting to create a sense of liking or fondness, and about the process of affecting or being affected. That's not all that art is, obviously. And yet, I like to mention that. Let's things net. The falsehood is a story that is a narration of real time. Stephen Miller and Donald Trump project because it's easier to remember the truth. And so it's also a little bit close to easier like that to do a mirror. Because if instead of worrying about lying about what I'm doing, or lying about, the thing about creating a huge thing that you're projecting onto someone else is, it's easier if you don't have to think up a whole other thing. You're just accusing them of what you're doing. It's essentially rubber glue. Like, I'm Batman, you're Joker, whatever laughs off of you, batarangs to me. It's just like, it's a nonsense. There are ways to just subvert being in direct contact with are people leveling with one another? Are we dealing with fact? Are we in the room with adults? Are we being present? So the falsehood is about executive function and our ability to perceive when we're being lied to by ourselves, by our friends, by people who would like to be our friends and may or may not realize that they're passing on something that isn't true, who knows. But the idea of when we have evidence that we might take as a red flag, how do we work with these things? And when we really, really need to be able to ascertain, am I dealing with someone who is a purveyor of the falsehood? One would hope that we could see that the person who would ask for immunity, even to do great wrong, someone who would say, I have absolute authority and I deserve and must have absolute immunity in order not to be paralyzed. You're doing every possible thing under the sun that would point towards, without saying, I want the right to act like and outdo the devil and be celebrated for it. And I want the right to torture people to celebrate me for it. I want the right to do the unthinkable and eat all of your bodies slowly. You don't ask for the right to do the abominable unless you want to do the abominable or coerce people. It was a statement of fealty. That just like telling us that his crowd was bigger than Obama's and that we're just supposed to swallow a clear falsehood, the idea there is to be able to do that. To disrespect and gaslight and lie to us and have us go like, okay, and learn to submit. It is an exercise in submission. We must realize that hoping someone will go away in this case, we're looking at something that isn't going to go away on its own. We've been acting, we're kind of psyching ourselves out. Because he acts like fear itself, we're acting like he is. But we need to treat him the same way that we should treat Beth Bourne and Clay Higgins and Ron DeSantis. We need to treat him the same way we have to treat M and Marjorie Taylor Greene, and we need to treat him the same way we must, as patriots, treat Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025. We must treat their extreme, embarrassing, and terroristic outbursts as cries for help at best, and help them to healthcare and accountability and conversations that are frank with their loved ones and communities and trusted mentors and, circle of decent folk that they can be helped by, because he just committed a crime. Kevin just threatened every American's life. To say that Project 2025, as he did, Kevin Roberts, this abysmal coward, said that Project 2025 is starting the Second American Revolution, which will be a bloodless one unless the left, as long as the left allows it. Bloodless as long as the left allows it. That is terroristic threat. That is war speak. That is, we are at war. And no, you did not. And you are not being received. Your package is thrown up out of our gullet and spat back at your gut as the door slams. And you're out there outside. And we need to tell you, no. If you walk into the street with a plan there, little Kyle Rittenhouse, to juke violence, to say that you will have revolution. Oh, and it can be bloodless if you get out of the way. It can be bloodless if you don't try to stop us from taking your kids. It can be bloodless if you look the other way. We are looking at the particle of the Ku Klux Klan and Nazis. We're looking at the worst sickness and elements of society. Cancer tells the body that it's a party and wants to stay and spread it, and the whole family should enjoy it. And it takes the body. And cancer in the mind works the same way. I do not know if there is a cancer other than intolerance. Intolerance and hatred. We have to build trust, and part of that is recovering what MAGA has tried to steal within the bandwidth of free speech, and that is reproach. Safe reproach is part of the democracy substrate, and without it, we're so up the creek, we're not sure if we're underwater or not. We have to be able to safely even get upset and have arguments that are excited, but consensually excited, or that manage the stress of talking about difficult issues and create safe space to do so, where people calm to find that moment and build that trust. The normalization of antagonizing, preempting of just the basic items that may seem boring, but if they're not happening, are in fact items of great moment. Such as Tuberville's sabotage of the military, such that it is ready to be stocked with the latest Project 2025 human robotic hardware, so to speak. We need to take a statement like Kevin Roberts and that kind of Nazi bullshit. One, it's a crime and he should be arrested for that. There needs to be a fucking line. And there are many other places to go beyond that. But just to say, everyone in America should take this moment in the next days to to make a clear statement to the Heritage Foundation that they should dissolve. That the particle of manifest destiny works well as fertilizer. And that poison wool blankets is an embarrassing and gravely desperate, stupid criminal part of America. And we don't look back on it and say, bring that back. In particular, the part of its needlessness. Project 2025 is the Elon Musk dark triad predator who sees a small amount of boundary and loses their shit. Because a boundary is emotional blackmail and terror. Well, actually, we just don't want you to spread anti-Semitism, Elon. And he juts his neck like he's firing machine guns out of his face. Right. It's all very calm, very mature, very safe. We are not going to accept going backwards. We're not going to accept the stupidest crimes in America being a reality show that we live. Cloaking the matrix of white supremacist patriarchal terror, and it wasn't so bad, and we can't talk about it anyway, and who remembers that stuff, and well, none of them are around anyway that were even enslaved during our lifetimes, and well, did you even know? And at some point, you know, if we're not stewarding the knowledge, and if we allow people like Stephen Miller and Roger Stone and Donald Trump to bulldoze and coerce and steamroll people into submission, our treasure troves of literature and science, our information, our knowledge, things that we have given lifetimes and centuries to, can be destroyed by hatred. and the world that could be sustained when we're working together is also going to collapse in chaos. The things that could use support of a world that's not trying to kill itself, you know, somebody maybe could have made sure that MTV put their entire news catalog into the Library of Congress or something. Like, we don't have to suffer massive losses or to find out that, you know, a site is bulldozed with relics of artists or, you know, lead glass ceilings we can't remake, or all the kinds of ways that delicate processes can care for how reuse is not further trauma. All that they really have is terror. It's intimidation and violence. Those are the two tactics of terrorism. That's all that they have. Because the truth is on the side of the Allies at every turn. At every single turn. At every second. Those of us, it doesn't make us impenetrable to corruption or malice or being bad people. But the project of harm and coercive devastation that evinces itself when people say, you know, that other shoe is going to drop, or not the other one, but yet another shoe, if not a male adult shoe, a shoe of, say, a girl around the age of 12 or 13. we're dealing not just with people who have some problems, we're dealing with dark triad predators. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily bad people, but how you handle your gifts or challenges says things and erupts in certain ways. And this is an ongoing eruption of chaos around Donald Trump. Project 2025 is tailored for him. And the easy access of something perfectly suited to the first dictator in America and saying, oh, we have nothing to do with any campaign in particular. I'm on the air reacting to Trump's immunity ruling, and I'm basically running down the field with him going, hey, like, if you need to pass the ball laterally for a second, I'll get it back to you. Just let me know what I can do for you. And we're not collaborating at all. Hey, way to go, buddy. It's not, it's ridiculous in terms of what's supposed to make us kind of take a minute and pause and say, I guess I don't know what to do. Because I think we're in freeze if we're not reaching out to someone to make a statement, whether it is to the Heritage Foundation or to the President of the United States or our representatives or newspaper, the internet, a town square, carving something in ice. I don't know. But how do we let people know? It seems like things have been fractured enough that it's very, very, very difficult it's very, very difficult to share and know that because we're so terrified that our own fires are going out, we've been degraded and defiled and abused to believe that we are nothing. And don't submit to that kind of abuse. Not from yourself, not from anyone. Even from yourself, please know, I hope you know, that that is the falsehood. The falsehood will tell you demonize your sensitivity. The falsehood will claim the press is our enemy. To cry fake news yet preempt remedy displays false identity. Wow. Some nice large sounds out there. Well, it does sound like something has dropped, a new release from the Epstein files. And that make it pretty clear that Donald Trump was a regular client for something like $200 massages regularly with 13-year-old girls. And it's pretty clear that there was, well, it's published. He's pretty clearly documented as a child molester. And that's just what's been released so far. All of the disgusting reality of that man's behavior, predatorily with victims, with children, through Jeffrey Epstein. And that's Donald Trump. That is someone who says that he should have absolute authority and that he should have immunity, total immunity. Is there anyone who actually thought that he was a good person, or that he wanted a very sharp tool that he wouldn't use the point of, or wouldn't use the blade of, or wouldn't bury under someone's pillow without their awareness? I mean, very clearly, the Supreme Court is acting with nefarious intent in terms of that sleeper cell, that Confederate sleeper cell. We have bad faith actors, and they should be held to account. It seems to be sabotage or sedition. It seems treasonous to me, given the way that they've essentially just taken bazookas to checks and balances. They've just decimated things in insane ways, kind of in ways that they would be best to know just how valuable they kind of really, you know, Heath Ledger jokered the place. It's like with the hospital. That's kind of what it feels like. Yeah. All right. Once again, let's check in with this right here.
We are the perpendicular trains, parallel against pain, parallel against hate, parallel against pain, radio silence brain. We are the relevant perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. This whole occupation. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. Perpendicular trains, parallel against hate. We are more near the break. We can ease any ache. Everything we have took, everything we can take. Six the feet of separation. Six the fear of separation.
It is the mystery font. Well, welly, well, well. If it isn't the fontedness, It's myriad. That's you, isn't it, myriad? I feel myriad here. Yes. Well. Or is it queried? Or is it period? I think maybe they're all part of the same fontedness. Maybe queried and period and myriad are you oh, that's what this place is? Oh. That's a good idea. Anyway, that is a good idea. That's a really good idea. Must remember that. I do keep recovering executive function. By the way, which reminds me, I am having clearly. I'm having an episode of Mystery Font 42. Up into it. Good gray. Good gray. Good gray. Good gray. Good gray. Good gray. If you see something, say something. This is where we're going. Oh. Why not? Oh, I haven't. There we go. The name. Radio Science Brain. Radio baby. We're good there. You are the radiation, you are the radiation, you are the radiation of love's imagination, contagious and you are the radiation, 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 you are the radiation. of love's imagination contained. This is the mindless made me became imagination. Be the nature your creature would aim to imagination. Emanate. This is the mindless made lemonade into aid. Radio science brain. This is the mindless lemonade aging aid. This is the science kindness abiding guidance This is the mindless way out find. You are the radiation of love's imagination contained. Imagination may be gained. Imagination ages innate us. Radio science brain, particle matter wave, we are the riding, raving, riding, raging rave, rolling rave. Radio science brain, imagination aid, imagination aid, imagination aid, imagination aid, imagination aid. Imagination aid, radio science brain, mind made me contain. This is the guiding ideation I proclaim, I find kites and fly and jump to find where they went in the sky. Radio science brain, my mind, like your mind. This is the signing grade, imagination aid. Radio science brain, particle matter wave, radio science brain. Now love will waking wake, not in vain. You are the radiation, you are the radiation of love's imagination. Outraise the game. This is the mindless way love contained. Radio science brain, imagination aid, imagination aid. Imagination aid, imagination aid. Radio science brain, innate relay, made thus outrageous, out labor, all capable, not buster buff, finding thus bending blindness to sight must, finding the kindness I radiation parses the light. Radio science brain, this is the finding I might not. Radio science brain, you are the radiation of love's imagination. You are the radiation. You are the radiation. You are the radiation. Particle matter wave, not like we wake in vain. Particle matter wave, perpendicular trains, parallel against hate, parallel against pain. Mind made, perpendicular trains, let's trade and aim. Mind made, let's gain. Radio science brain wave. We are the renovation of imagination. You are the renovation of this whole occupation. For the radiation. Of love's imagination, made imagination made spark. Particle matter wave, mind made. Radio science brain now undulated. You are the kindness ideation, rake radio science brain imagination. Pretend that love is sane today. Pretend that came can come. Pretend that come just came. Boom, 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 bum, 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 bum. And then it goes boom, and then there's this boom, 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 and then there's this. Those are kind of all the parts that are in there. It's mostly kind of like that. Yep. Pretty much. Pretty merch. Pretty party merch. That is one pass through about a 2018 or 2019 version of the Radio Science Brain music. I stopped using that one just because it has some abrasive stuff in it that's kind of difficult for people to be around if I'm going through it a lot. The monotony of the simplicity of that piece when I make something to sing along so that it can be malleable. Well, anyway. That is one pass through it. It's always different. It's not always that monotonous. It's not always that dynamic and diverse either. So, I mean, whatever. Anyway. I'm not apologizing for that. I meant to do that. I meant to do it. Okay. And that's where we are. I meant to do that. You know, it's the updating of some of those classic phrases, like, it doesn't betray Pee Wee Herman's I meant to do that. But, like, there should be a new, there are dozens of us. Dozens. It's not supposed to break the old one. All right. And there are dozens of us. Dozens. God, it's gold. Okay. It just, as unfamiliar and strange as it might be, and awkward and like definitely cringe, it's really important that we're around music and making things and trying to make things and participating with things that feel magical to us or special or have meaning, and being around genesis or space of flow or hyperfocus or, you know, intense interest area, and of genius around just how one refines how they find and play and create elation and find things that that can foster growth. And like, for instance, out of Radio Science Brain, I have other songs and things that come out of it. It's more of an engine and a play area in some ways at times, it seems like. But I consider it like an ongoing poem, I guess. And a lot of the time it's kind of the same. And I know that some of them would be unrecognizable as versions of that, but a lot of them might sound similar. And yet, if transcribed, anyway, there's method to the method. And it's mad, but it meant it. And not mad like in, you know, not in a bad way. But I meant it. All right. There's been a break. It's been a bit of time since I've really been sharing much here. And in somewhat of just days, it's in part just fostering intuition that is this fontedness that tells me this is a moment to engage. In particular, the ridiculous terroristic threats from the president of the Heritage Foundation to certainly the American mainland, but the world, declaring essentially a civil war. I hope that his family and the people around him who may be humiliated, and those in Project 2025 who didn't know what they were getting into, and those who did, this won't be the last opportunity to say no to them and to tell Project 2025 to get health care and stop. But this is an opportunity that cannot be missed. It's ridiculous. It's a clear piercing of a boundary. And if we don't excoriate and make him and everyone really allergically afraid and respectful as far as I think people need to be afraid of being Nazis. It's not okay. It's not okay for you to say, with what's on their platform, especially, it's not okay for you to say, we're going to come and do what we want. There's going to be a revolution. You know, you call back to the American Revolution as the model of what you're doing a second of. That is white supremacist terrorism. That's the Ku Klux Klan without hood on, talking to you and saying, I'm coming to take your trans kids. They'll make good stuffing. And, you know, we're going to do the dictator on day one thing, at least for one day, and just don't get in the way. That is absolutely ridiculous and horror show, and I don't mean good. That is a horror movie. And we have to say, take him into custody. We have to say, this is not someone who should be related to power. No. No. We're an anti-fascist nation. We're an anti-fascist nation, and that has always been. And we've never been a Christian nation, but we've been a nation guided by the wisdom and teachings of Christ and other great leaders, those who shape American minds. The American Taliban, Sharia, that is MAGA, that is Heritage Foundation, Handmaid's Tale, terrorism. It is a horror movie. And that people are trying to push this and just saying, get out of the way. Once again, you don't ask for that if you don't want that. You don't ask for absolute authority and immunity from anything if you don't want to do terrible things. The only person who would think to ask for it, knowing what it would make possible, is the person who would want to do terrible things with it. This isn't a special key. And the person who made prosecuting Donald Trump imperative and necessary, interestingly enough, is Donald Trump. It is election interference to approach the presidency as a candidate dragging massive liabilities of sexual assaults and fraud and crimes that are chasing you. He had that the first time, and it was worse the second time, and some of the crimes were what he did in office and against the office. And he still hasn't answered. I mean, that's the thing. Donald Trump hasn't answered, even if he will obey the vote. This ridiculous coward, this incredible coward. We're so afraid of dealing with his shittiness that we didn't make him do primary debates. Does anyone realize how incredibly we got fucked? We got played so hard by our sheer desire to not have to think about him. To not or just to know what to do and then to not say no to what he wanted. Oh, okay, yeah, no, you don't have. Anybody worth being in the office, if they had a liability, would be begging for 1 second in front of an audience to explain themselves, to tell us about their journey, or to say, this is where I'm going now, and this is why I want to ask for you to join me on this part of my journey, or why I think I'm ready to take on this office, or there's never been an interested or curious part of him genuinely about the presidency. And the thing is, it's about attention. The presidency is entirely about attention. Presiding is watching over. And that doesn't mean you're sitting in the room. It's not a guard job. You're the one who's there observing and guiding and stewarding things, you know? I mean, it's not... It's not something that people should be chasing you to be inspired to do. Like, we thought we had it bad when George Bush was, you know, like disinterested frat boy in the White House. But it could be in a true dystopia or something like it. It could be worse, that we could have a Simpsons reality where like a known narcissist like Donald Trump would be president. Just for a week or something. It would be crazy. I think we do have to assume that the Supreme Court is compromised. There's something there's something like munitions about like these decisions from the Confederate stacked Supreme Court, the KKK stacked Supreme Court, that they're like artillery shells, you know, or we have to see what's happening for what it is, both for the impact that it has on us, so that we're not just living in a gaslight hurt space and not tearing back against it. But we have to hold people accountable right now. I hope when I check the news, I'll find that Kevin Roberts is in custody. But to my knowledge, Stephen Miller is still, at large, which is dystopic. Let's see if I know that I have something I can add that to. There we go. Let's do. Ooh, cool. Good. All right. So. Okay, so then this is going to say, oh, oopsie daisy. That's one you don't hear too much these days. It doesn't make it into a lot of Coen Brothers scripts. Well, at least probably more Coen Brothers scripts than. Maybe it's everywhere. Maybe it's one of those things that you don't notice. Maybe whoopsie daisy is all over the place. But, I'll rock it. I'll rock a tough whoopsie daisy once in a while. I'm hard and dope like that. Oopsie daisy. Come on, see again. Oopsie daisy. It's a good one. It's a good expression compared to what I could be saying when I'm frustrated. Okay. What am I doing? All right. Great. Okay. That top story, Donald Trump, Roger Stone, Stephen Miller, and Kevin Roberts remain at large. Again, Donald Trump, Roger Stone, Stephen Miller, and Kevin Roberts remain at large. Take care for your safety. And when people make terroristic threats like Kevin Roberts has, let's not treat him like we have treated Donald Trump, as if their anger makes them a villain we can't stop, as opposed to a frail, floundering, vulnerable person who we simply don't need to let be a king. I think that can work for Donald Trump too, but let's practice on the Nazi Kevin Roberts of the Heritage Foundation and Project 2025. That top story again: Donald Trump, Roger Stone, Stephen Miller. 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 And Kevin Roberts remain at large. Goodness gracious. No, thank you, M. No, thank you. No, thank you. The answer is no. No, thank you. 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 we really didn't have to do a great deal of hunting. It's not a witch hunt in that we really didn't have to look. And Donald is not a witch or a warlock. We were looking for someone who told us they were going to hold the watch. It's a super, super basic idea, and how one can screw it up and defeat the purpose of trusting someone and all of that. It's not the most difficult concept to understand, except for someone who would want to evade understanding the letter of the law, or would want absolute immunity to be corrupt, not just to do bad in service of the presidency, but to do bad even against the presidency. To say he wouldn't do that, it shows I don't really believe that the outcomes of having a mad monarch, of making room for someone to be able to do the worst possible things as a lifestyle and pass that on to their heir or their clone, it is a horror movie. And so I do think we need to take very, very serious care about what the steps are. And the court is in shambles. It's compromised. I think Mitch McConnell is the one that I would look back to. I think that he held an invisible white card above Obama and said no. And people were like, oh, well, there's most of the year left. Why won't you? Mitch McConnell's like, no. Just standing there going, no. Not responding. Just like, no, I'm not going to have time. But what he's actually doing, in a gesture similar to holding the torch in the Statue of Liberty, he's just holding up a blazing, shining, blinding white card and not saying anything or referencing it. I don't know what other than just, he just made us submit to that. And I know I've experienced feeling really taking one in terms of trusting when the Supreme Court in 2000 jumped in pretty hot and fast and quickly decided the election for George W. Bush. It seemed pretty arbitrary and rash and unfair. Not just, oh shoot, well that sucked, I didn't expect that, but obviously there's just an element of deference that I'm giving it, but as I'm going through the process, I'm like, this was a grab. But also, I guess, maybe, I mean, I haven't seen, but it wasn't until Mitch playing the white card was a huge boundary violation, but essentially done as withholding under the guise of political power or just otherwise shrewd decision. But racism is so wound up in it, and so part of why he was able to do it, or why President Obama rolled with that. I'm not sure does anybody understand what happened there? But I do think it's a huge shame, and I think we're all flawed people, and in saying respectful things, I don't mean to assume that anyone is a saint or perfect, or that I know a great deal about them. But I do think it could be easier than we think once we find ourselves supported in really stepping on a pathway built out of not reaction to a soundbite, but we need to bring it to the most basic common language, and not necessarily all one-syllable words, but executive dysfunction and executive function. That's where we're at. Executive function is the ability of the brain to be kind of at decent homeostasis, I think, that we have our faculties. We're not just in survival mode. We have calm and creativity and access to memory, and we're at ease, so our senses are in balance and we're regulated. We feel all right. We feel safe. Hopefully we feel we belong and happy. But being dysregulated to the point where one is out of sorts, or as the executive of a body, as the chief executive of a nation, to foment, in the Marjorie Taylor Greene fashion, a mind state of billowing diarrhea of trying to convince people of hatreds, without fact, screaming verdicts about people as if the emotion is supposed to replace fact that will not come. It is lynch mob brain syndrome. It is normalizing shocking boundary violations and social betrayals, defiling people, degrading. It's just playground insanity. It's just I mean, if we look at it, Marjorie Taylor Greene is basically just role-playing a concentration camp. but she's not shooting anybody yet. But that energy of I'm in control of you, and I think that's the thing of promulgating an idea of every day is 1776. If you've lied to people to say that this white grievance is real and that there's all these reasons and we should just be at civil war and we're all censored and they're telling us not to say these things and it's censorship and we can't, there's no talking to these people and it's war and it's every day in 1776. Like, creating this silo of hatred, and instead of being able to like take a little bit of criticism or feedback about Donald Trump, like any pushback comes back in a vomit of Trump derangement syndrome. It seems like a pot calling the kettle black, and someone realizing the tailor of the phrase, I'm not sure who that was, who coined turning Trump derangement syndrome around. I can't imagine who did that. But it's turned back around to defeat the purpose. This is using projections to defeat in the acoustics of the space. It's using an accusation of a shocking, terrible thing against someone else that you know will come out about you, or may come out about you, or that you're doing. Because if the world is going to have the terrible experience of suddenly mentioning an awful thing, and now that's part of this whole, oh my God, and now, oh no, oh God, it's awful. Well, in reality, the only person who did it was Donald Trump. But if he says it again and 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 again about other people, then when it turns out that, wow, well, I guess, maybe not in the last week or two, but wow, Donald Trump is definitely a pedophile and a child molester, a child rapist. He definitely raped kids. He violently raped children. Kids can't consent. So we're not going to discuss, he raped children. He raped kids. That alone is executive dysfunction enough, but this is the point, around that, the man who says, I get to go and inspect the pageant, I get to go and look at the 15-year-old girls, the 12-year-old girls in their underwear because I get to inspect the pageant, so it's all right, I'm inspecting. This is someone who bends and breaks and redefines the rules. And when a little girl is trying to ask him why you're in here, please leave, and she's about to start to cry, and instead of apologizing, he says, it's okay. You're not going to get in trouble. You're not doing anything wrong. As if if there were something wrong, it would be her. But that he's going to protect her. We're dealing with a evil doing, evil thinking person. There are these little snapshots of horrible moments, and we're like, oh, that was just a little spike in the darkness. But eventually, if we code all these little spikes in the night sky and we lay them out, if we could get something big enough to illuminate that whole area in this hokum and see what's there, would we see some spiky form that those touched the tips of, or some strange tree, or Or would there be a massive hulking, icy, burning white blade coming towards us?